Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to a Friday of racing here at Tampa Bay Downs. Today's first post coming up in 34 minutes. We'll have scratches and changes in a few moments. But first, we ask you to please rise, remove your caps, and join us as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem. And thank you, everyone. And once again, a pleasant good afternoon to you all, and welcome to day number 81 of the season here at Tampa Bay Downs. A Friday of action set to go in 33 minutes. The main track is fast. The turf is firm. We're racing under beautiful sunny skies today. If you have your programs handy, let's go over today's overweights, scratches, and changes. Starting in today's first race, race 1 kicks off that early pick 5. Jockey overweight on the number 5, Chica Catholic, 2 pounds over, +2 on the 5. Scratch number 6, Our Cozy Rosie. Number 6, Our Cozy Rosie is scratched. Also scratch number 7, Universal Joy. Scratch 6 and 7 out of today's first race. Race 2 starts the early pick 4. We have a jockey change on the number 2, I Have Issues. Make the rider Daniel Centeno. Daniel Centeno rides the 2. Scratch number 4, Maggie's Brew. Number 4, Maggie's Brew is scratched. Scratch the 4. And scratch number 7, Baja de Oro. Scratch 4 and 7 out of today's second race. No super high 5 wagering with the scratches. Race 3 is our first turf event of the afternoon. Scratch all of the also eligible runners, 11, 12, 13, and 14. Scratch 11 on down in today's third race, 11, 12, 13, 14, all scratched out of the third. Our fourth race begins, the Ultimate 6. Scratch number 5, Mr. Squeaky Wheels. Number 5, Mr. Squeaky Wheels is scratched. Also scratch the 7, Drunkle. Scratch 5 and 7 out of today's fourth race. Race 4, scratch 5 and 7. Race 5 starts at late pick 5. Scratch number 3, No 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 Never. Number 3, No 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 Never is scratched. Jockey change on the 4, Nina's Last Gift. Make the rider Sarah Hess. Sarah Hess rides the number 4. Jockey overweight, number 7, America's Vow, is 1 pound over. +1 on the number 7, America's Vow in today's fifth. Race number 6 begins the late pick 4. Some jockey overweights to report. Number 4, Mackenzie's Nova is 2 pounds over, +2 on the 4. Number 5, Lord Knows, is 2 pounds over, +2 on the 5. And number 8, In Honor of Artie, is 2 pounds over, +2 on numbers 4, 5, and 8, all 2 pounds over in race 6. Race 7 starts at late pick 3. Scratch number 8, La Gata Salvaje. Number 8, La Gata Salvaje is scratched. Also scratch number 9, Ken Jang. Scratch 8 and 9 out of today's 7th race. 8 and 9 scratched out of race 7. Race 8 is clear. No changes in today's 8th race. No changes. Race 8. Our 9th and final race, a jockey overweight on the number 2, You Talking to Me, +2 pounds, +2 on the 2. Scratch number 3, In It for the Love. Number 3, In It for the Love, is out. And scratch both of the also eligibles, 11 and 12. So scratch 3, 11, and 12. In the ninth race, number 2 is plus 2 pounds. Those are your updated overweight scratches and changes. Today's first post coming up in 29 minutes. Again, the main track fast, the turf firm. We're racing under sunny, beautiful Florida skies once again today. Our track handicapper, Ren Carruthers, will be coming up in just about 10 minutes' time. Ren will have analysis and selections for all 9 of today's races. Got 29 minutes to post the early pick 5, the first race as we kick off a Friday. We wish you the best of luck today with all of your wagers here at beautiful Tampa Bay Downs.
Well, good Friday, everybody. Ren Carruthers here. 9 races on today's card. Race 1 will kick off our early pick 5. It's with the main 10 for fillies and mares 3 years old and up, set at a mile 40 yards on the main track. The number 9, Too Much Style, in here for Juan Arriagada, who is taking the blinkers back off after she broke and went sharply left out of the gate last out, ruining all chance. Start before that, which was her debut in a main 25, she was bumped dramatically down the back stretch, so much so that I would draw a line through it and just be impressed that, though she did finish 8th, she was only 6 3/4 lengths off the winner. Now, both of those starts were at 6 furlongs. Let's see if 2 turns makes a difference, if she can get a smooth go from the blocks. The number 8, Tariba Dream, making a first off the layoff for Carlos Rondon Mora. She came back to Tampa in November and had her first race on dirt, got the Shoto at the level as the post-time favorite as she was in off a runner-up performance against 12.5s on the synthetic at Gulfstream. Start 2 here, she got the Shoto again, this time beaten 4 1/4 lengths, but both fillies who finished the better of her won their next starts, and she was 4 3/4 lengths clear of 4th. So I think she looks poised for another in-the-money finish today, freshened back up, and I will complete the top 3 with the number 1 in here for Magui. She's been running on the synthetic as of late, ran a good third, getting the lead from the rail back on March 1st against a maiden 7,500 group at Turfway Park. They tried blinkers off last out. That did not go well, so they're back on today, and I know her 2 dirt starts were not good, but one was over muddy going and she was eased out, and the other, a main 25 at Laurel, she was eased out again despite a fast track, and when she did get back to the races, she was first time LASIK, so maybe that had something to do with it. Either way, she looks like if she does take to our main track, she could possibly be fast enough early to establish a forwardly placed position from the rail on the stretch back out. Cajun Gal, she's fast too, but we'll see. This filly is also getting a weight allowance with Gonzalez aboard. So I'm going to go 9-8-1 in race 1 to start the day on the early pick 5.
The horses onto the track post parading for today's opener. First of 9 here on a Friday at Tampa Bay Downs. Field of 7 set to go a mile and 40 yards on the fast main track. It's a $10,000 maiden claiming event for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. Number 5 is plus 2 pounds. Scratch numbers 6 and 7, so it leaves us with a field of 7 set to go here. Race 1 has daily double, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering. We start the pick 3s rolling, and we start that early pick 5. The pool already over $27,000. Make it 28. That'll keep going up here in these final 5 minutes. 5 minutes to post time. Two minutes to post time. Today's first race, the early pick 5s in 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Today's first race, the early pick 5 in 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's opener. First of 9 here on a Friday at Tampa Bay Downs. Field of 7 to go, the mile and 40-yard distance. 8 to 5 on the number 8, Terry Badream. Richard Bracho for Carlos Rondon. 2 to 1 on the 4, Cajun Gal, your second choice. Here's Winning Shot to gate 2. My Fine Aqualine in the bright orange colors to the third stall. Here's Cajun Gal moving up. Winning on Chica Catholic, Terry Badream, and Too Much Style will be all set for a start here in today's opener. Ready to kick off day number 81 of the season. Don't forget racing today and tomorrow. We are off on Sunday. As we just await Too Much Style and Israel Rodriguez to the outside draw. Fast main track, firm turf course. Another sunny, gorgeous afternoon here in Oldsmar, Florida for a Friday card. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Bit of a stumble there for Too Much Style. Cajun Gal came away and goes right to the front. Down to the inside, Wall Street Magic coming through to challenge, and those two speed into that first turn. They're a length in front of My Fine Aqualine, who races in third. Too Much Style after the bad beginning advances fourth in the black colors to the outside. It's a break of 2 more. Back to Chica Catholic, Terra Dream, and Winning Shot. Those two settle in at the back, and they're about 6 lengths off the lead as they try to slow it down up front. Cajun Gal and Wall Street Magic. Those two onto the back stretch, a length in front after a 24.74 second opening quarter mile. They start that backstretch journey, and it's Wall Street Magic narrowly in front. Cajun Gal right up alongside. Those two go speeding by the 5/8 pole, length in front of My Fine Aqualine, who's third. Right to that one's outside, Too Much Style. Black colors, teal cap, racing fourth. It's 2 more back to Winning Shot. Then comes Tariba Dream, and Chica Catholic is at the back. So they have a half mile left to go. 49.76 seconds was that opening half mile time. Wall Street Magic and Cajun Gal. Those two continue to trade punches as they head into the far turn. Cajun Gal pokes a pink blinkered face in front. Down on the inside, Wall Street Magic. 2 more lengths back to My Fine Aqualine. Up on the outside is Too Much Style. They're 2.5 in front of Terry Badream. It's another 4 or 5 back to Winning Shot and a long last Chica Catholic. Cajun Gal brings them around to the top of the stretch. My Fine Aqualine, a fresh challenge on the outside. And here comes My Fine Aqualine. And Sunny Leone trying to come up after the lead. Cajun Gal back to second. 2.5 more to Terry Badream and Wall Street Magic. But a final 16th to go. My Fine Aqualine going clear in the final yards. My Fine Aqualine going to win this one by a big margin here. Going away, Tariba Dream trying to get to second over Cajun Gal. My Fine Aqualine won it by about 9 in the end. Second, Tariba Dream. Third was Cajun Gal. Fourth, Winning Shot. Three, 8, 4, 2, and 1. 4 to 1 winner, My Fine Aqualine. My Fine Aquiline, the winner of the opener. 3-year-old Dark Bear Brown filly by Bravazzo out of Windy Indy was bred in Kentucky by Calumet Farm. NBS Stable, the winning owners. Jan Arnett, the winning trainer. Sonny Leone aboard for the winning ride is My Fine Aquiline. Your first race winner returns $10.60 for a $2 win ticket. Prices on the board. The exacta $14.30, trifecta $27.80, the dime super $19.05. High five $456.60. Race 2 is coming up next. It's a $40,000 maiden claiming event for 3-year-old fillies. They'll be at 6 furlongs on that fast main track. Start the early pick 4 in race 2. Jockey change on the number 2. I Have Issues. Make the rider Daniel Centeno. Scratch 4 and 7. 4 and 7 are scratched. Post time for the second, 23 minutes at 1:06 p.m.
Race 2 is going to start our early pick 4. It is a main 40 for 3-year-old fillies set at 6 furlongs on the main track. The number 2, I Have Issues, had a lot of issues last out. Was really headstrong on the drop in from main special weight company into that main 32, and she was being restrained, had to be checked back at one point and then in stretch. Looked like she was going to split horses, but she was too close with Explosive Lady, who was also trying to go between, and they bumped with each other. In the end, I Have Issues missed by a length and a quarter. Final time was 1:10.4. Later on the card, Costa Amalfitana won an optional 75 N1X in 1:10.2, so not bad. And Explosive Lady, the horse she was trying to go through the other two with, she was bumped back up into a main special weight, and this time, I mean, that was at Mahoning. She scored. Now, I Have Issues. She was a speed and fade on debut against main special weight company, but that was a really good group, headed up by Cassiar, who next ran third, a well-beaten third, but third in the Grade 2 Gulfstream Park Oaks. The third place runner, that was Salted. She'd been running against the likes of Immersive. She went out to run second in a Keeneland main special weight, earning a 77 buyer figure in the slop. The fourth place, Naked Eye. She won 2 starts later, earning a 70 buyer figure, taking that March 29th maiden. The fifth place, Curlane, moved to turf, won a maiden special weight, 68 buyer figure. You get the idea. The number 6, La Vecchia Signora, making start 2 for Juan Avila after showing early speed on debut in that March 29th main special weight, which was won by Naked Eye. She understandably tired after pressing with the half in 44.4. Ultimately, Signora finished 5th, being 8 3/4 lengths with the final time in 1:22.4. And we saw older males go 1:22.1 earlier on the card in an open 10 claimer, and then later Divine Leader, another male, he went 1:22 in an optional 16 for further context. So that was a good main special weight, and this girl should be all the better for the experience while dropping in and cutting back. Going to complete the top 3 at the number 3, that is Madame Prosecutor for Kathleen O'Connell. Ran a good second after setting the pace from the rail last out, going 6.5 on the drop into main 25 off her debut against main 50s on the synthetic at Gulfstream, where she ran last, beating 14.25 lengths, but that was after a troubled trip. The last start was also her first with blinkers, and this is another one that could move up off that effort. Direct 3 fillies that finished behind her all ran in the money in their next starts, including next out winner Mount Dioro. Granted, that was a maiden 16. But yeah, going to go 2-6-3 in race 2, which again kicks off our early pick 4.
To the track for today's second race. We start that early pick 4 in here. Race number 2 on the card, a maiden claiming event, 40,000 the claiming tag. Scratch 4 and 7. Numbers 4 and 7 are both scratched. Jockey change on the 2. I have issues. Make the rider Daniel Centeno. Race 2 offers daily double exact, the trifecta super and pick 3 wagering. We start the early pick 4. Take note, no super high 5 wagering here in today's second post time at 5 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's second race, 2 minutes away, 2 minutes to post. The horses are now approaching the starting gate. We're just 1 minute from post time, 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's second, ready to kick off the early pick 4 here. Field of 5 at 6 furlongs. Your favorite to the outside, number 6, La Vecchia Signora. 3 to 5 on that runner. 2 to 1 on the number 3, Madam Prosecutor. 3 to 1 on the 2, I Have Issues. Here is I Have Issues. Daniel Centeno on board for Owen Hardy. Madam Prosecutor, Antonio Gallardo for Kathleen O'Connell to gate 3. Winning on My Little Wildcat, La Vecchia Signora will be all set for a start. My Little Wildcat, Sonny Leone looks for the early double here. He's 11 to 1 to do so. And final one, the big favorite, La Vecchia Signora, Sammy Camacho, coming off a big afternoon on Wednesday. They're in the gate. And the race is on. My Little Wildcat shows out first, but here's I Have Issues coming through to the inside, and I Have Issues going to grab the lead after a 16th of a mile. Just in behind that one, Madam Prosecutor, 3/4 of a length back in second. The favorite, La Vecchia Signora, is back third, now 3.5, 4 off the top. Joining that one at the inside is My Little Wildcat, and it's 3 more to Tappet Smiles, your early trailer. I Have Issues is the early leader. It's I Have Issues past that half-mile pole in front by 2 to Madam Prosecutor in second. La Vecchia Signora works down toward the inside, still 3.5 or 4 lengths behind. 21 and 4, the opening quarter mile. I Have Issues, and Daniel Centeno to the 5/16 pull the lead down to a half a length now. Pressing closer is Madam Prosecutor. La Vecchia Signora has fallen about 5 or 6 lengths behind back in third. Then comes My Little Wildcat. Tappet Smiles still trails. I Have Issues and Madam Prosecutor. These two in their own match race up top. Here's Madam Prosecutor up on the outside. I Have Issues back to second. They're 5 or 6 clear of La Vecchia Signora, My Little Wildcat. Tappet Smiles still trails, but trying to get in gear as they have just over a 16th of a mile left to go. Madam Prosecutor is the leader at the 16th pole. I Have Issues now 2 lengths back in second. 5 more to My Little Wildcat. It's Madam Prosecutor and Antonio Gallardo to win it by 3. I Have Issues with second, My Little Wildcat third. La Vecchia Signora, I believe, held on to fourth. It is close. Still awaiting the running order for today's second race. Again, still awaiting the running order to be posted, so stand by. Three, two, five, six, one. The order now posted. Results still unofficial. Your winner, number 3, Madam Prosecutor, 3-year-old Gray-Roan filly by Mo Heyman out of Lemon Frosted, was bred in Kentucky by Thomas Scucci and Renee Scucci. Vina Del Mar Thoroughbreds, the winning owners. Kathleen O'Connell, the winning trainer. Antonio Gallardo, board for the winning ride. Again, results still unofficial. Please hold all tickets. Results now official. $6.40 on the win for Madam Prosecutor. The exact to $12. Trifecta $12.20. Dime Super $3.55. The early double, a pair of threes, $18.70. Coming up next, today's third race is 28 minutes away at 1:43 p.m. Scratch all of the also eligible runners. Race 3 is on the turf course at 1 mile and a 16th. Scratch 11, 12, 13, 14. Post time coming up in 28 minutes. Fans, if you're joining us on track today, be sure to head to the Tampa Bay Downs gift shop located on the first floor. Lots of great Tampa Bay Downs logoed merchandise, gifts, apparel, and much, much more for the racing fan in your life. The Tampa Bay Downs gift shop located on the first floor.
Race 3 is going to start our next pick four. It's a main 16 for 3-year-old filly set at a mile and 16th on the turf. The number 6 Wild Princess in here for Kathleen O'Connell, who's going blinkers on, moving this girl to the turf and to 2 turns. And I'm liking the move. She showed speed before fading on debut in a 5.5 furlong maiden 17.5 at Gulfstream Park. Start 2, she sat about 2 lengths off the early pace, trying dirt in a main 16 after getting bumped out of the blocks. Ended up third, beaten 11.25, but the winner was 7.25 clear of second. She stopped short, who was a next out winner, by the way. Anyway, this girl is by Mastery, a son of the Surface Flexible Candy Ride, and then her mom, Glossy, multiple winner on grass, including against Allowance Company in New York. Now, this filly, she didn't cost much, but she comes from a branch of my favorite family, Family 1X, which includes millionaire turfer Ironicus, and the family also has a lot of horses who could go long, like Derby Travers winner Sea Hero and Elate. The number 7, Pretty Thing, in for Jorge Delgado. She's only run on the grass once since being imported from Great Britain. Ran a good third after tracking the pace after starting from the far outside post in a main 25 at Gulfstream back on Valentine's Day. Was beaten just 2 lengths there in the end. Race was just a 7.5, and it produced a pair of next out winners in Mean to Me, who won a main 12.5 on the synthetic, and the second to last Go Amy, who won a main 25 on the dirt. The winner herself, She's High Maintenance. Well, she next got the show dough in an optional starter 35 on the turf, put up a 68 buyer figure. Going to complete the top 3 with the number 1, Peaches Point, trained by Chad Stewart. She's taken a drop in for the claim for the first time, and it's a big one as both of her starts have been against Maine Special Weight Company here, and she's had excuses. On debut, she got bumped out of the gate, still persevered to finish 4th, and then in start 2, she stumbled significantly after the break, and while she did run 9th, the beaten lengths were just 5.75. She's now getting class relief, first-time Lasix, so got to use her, and that'll make it 6-7-1 in race 3, which again kicks off our next pick 4.
Do take note in this third race, number 3 Willful Rose wore blinkers in her last start and will once again wear them today, so it's not a change of equipment. Again, number 3 Willful Rose raced with blinkers in its last start and will race with them again today. Fans, do take note in today's today's third race rather. Number 8, Princess Honor, last time raced without blinkers, and again will race without blinkers today. So no blinkers in the last start for number 8, Princess Honor, and no blinkers in this start. On to the track for today's third race. We're on the turf course here, a mile and a 16th on the firm Tampa turf. The rail out at 30 feet today. Field of 10 set to go in this maiden claiming event. $16,000 claiming price. This race for 3-year-old fillies. Scratch the also eligible runners. 11, 12, 13, and 14 are all scratched. The body of the field remains in, so we'll have a full field of 10. Daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. We start that middle pick 4. We have a super high 5 as well. Post time coming up in just 4 minutes. The horses now making their way onto the turf course. They are approaching the starting gate. We're 2 minutes to post time. Today's third race, 2 minutes away. Approaching the gate, 1 minute. Attention race fans, we have a late scratch here in today's third race on advice of the veterinarian and by order of the steward. Scratch number 9, Courageous Ari. Number 9, Courageous Ari is now a late scratch here in today's third race. Refunds on all win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and super high five combinations involving the number 9. If you had that runner in the early pick 4 or 5, you will receive the post-time favorite. Just had a rider unseated there on the 4 now. We're going to have a delay here with today's third race. It's going to be a delay. In addition to the scratch of the number 9, Courageous Ari, we also have a late scratch here of the number 4, Sunny Monday. Sunny Monday is running loose on the course, so there will be a slight delay here with the start of today's third race. Again, a late scratch, both number 9 and number 4, both late scratches, numbers 4 and 9. Looks like number 4 has been caught by the outrider, so that horse will be taken off the turf course and back to the paddock, and we'll resume the loading process here in a few moments. But again, a slight delay here with the start of today's third race, scratch 4 and 9. Number 4, Sunny Monday, who's a late scratch, now taken off the turf course. So we will start the reloading process somewhat soon here. They are fixing the temporary rail out near the starting gate. So again, just a slight delay here with the start of today's third. Late scratches were numbers 4 and 9. 4 and 9, both late scratches. Looks like all horses going to start. The riders starting to head back to their mounts, so we will begin the reloading process shortly here. Again, late scratches here were numbers 4 and 9. 4 and 9 were the two late scratches. The horses now beginning the loading process here for today's third race. Number 1, Peaches Point, your 2-1 second choice, going to be the first one to head in. Pretty Thing, the number 7, is your 9-5 post time favorite. Peaches Point to gate 1. Here's Act Violently to gate 2. Sammy Camacho for Craig Smith. Wild Princess coming forward. Willful Rose will be next. Here's Pretty Thing. Sonny Leone looking for his second winner on the card. He's on the 2-1 co-favorite now. 1 and 7, both 2-1. Here's Willful Rose moving forward. Sarah Hess for Donna Cutt. Princess Honor coming in. Weather Lady. And Ilana going to be the final one to join. Ready for today's third race. Ilana and Richard Braccio to the outside. Goes in. They're in the gate. Peaches Point acting up there in gate 1. Settle, not quite settled down. Now settles. And the race is on. Princess Honor in the red colors toward the outside was away quickest and goes out to the early advantage. Coming through between horses, Wild Princess is right there in that second flight, as is Willful Rose. Pretty Thing, and down to the inside is Act Violently, but it's going to be Princess Honor in front onto the main course proper. Pretty Thing now up to a clear second. Then comes Wild Princess, Willful Rose, their third and fourth. Weather Ladies running fifth, going to be 3 wide as they run to that first turn in the blue and red colors. It's another 2 back to Act Violently, 2 after that to Ilana. And Peaches Point, the early trailer, is already 8th and last at about 9 or 10 off the lead of Princess Honor and Marcos Medesis. 23.35 seconds for that opening quarter mile. Princess Honor takes him onto the back stretch. Now some more pressure from Pretty Thing, who draws to within a neck. And those two straighten away onto the back stretch, 1-2. They're a length and a half in front of Weather Lady. Willful Rose to the inside is 4th. 2 more back to Act Violently, who goes by Wild Princess, who's back a couple of spots, now 6th. Just got a tap on the shoulder to Wild Princess. It's 2 more, then back to Ilana. Peaches Point still your trailer. Still 8 lengths front to back as they head past that 3.5 furlong marker. 48 seconds was the opening half-mile time. Princess Honor is led throughout with company from Pretty Thing, who's perched alongside in second. Willful Rose, Act Violently's made some inroads, is up to a joint third now in the white and orange colors on the outside. Just in behind them, Weather Lady, Peaches Point starting to make some ground. Down toward the fence is up to 5th now, and Peaches Point within 3 of the lead. The lead now belongs to Pretty Thing, who puts a nose in front, but tackled immediately. Act Violently, Peaches Point coming with a big 7-wide sweep on the outside. Peaches Point, who was last early, trying to come up and grab the lead. Princess Honor battles on toward the fence. Between them is Pretty Thing and Act Violently, but Peaches Point and Jose Ferrer way out wide have the lead. It's Peaches Point by the 16th pole in front of length and a half now to Pretty Thing, Act Violently second, third. Peaches Point geared down to win it. Second was close. I thought it was Pretty Thing over Act Violently. It is a photo there for second. Third, a long way back to Princess Honor, who was 4th. One and a photo. Photo for second. Final time 1:44.36 seconds. 1, 7, 2, 8, and 3. 380 on the win for Peaches Point. Results are now official. To the winner's circle goes Peaches Point. 3-year-old dark bear brown filly by Always Dreaming out of Tiger Bell. Was bred in Kentucky by the winning owner, Robert Raffy Jr. Chad Stewart, the winning trainer. Jose Ferrer aboard for that last to first win. Peaches Point, winner of today's third. Prices on the board. The exacta 420, trifecta 770. Again, there will be consolation doubles and pick threes to both the 4 and the 9. The daily double to the 1, 710, and the pick 3, 24.70. The high five, $138.20. Today's fourth race is just 19 minutes away at 2:17 p.m. Race 4 starts the ultimate 6. $1,958 in the jackpot carryover. Scratch 5 and 7. 5 and 7 are scratched. Leaves a field of 5. No super high 5 wagering in the upcoming fourth. Post time for the fourth in 19 minutes.
Race 4 is going to kick off today's Ultimate Six, and it is for 3-year-olds, which will start for a claiming price of $32,000 or less, or an optional claiming price of $32,000. They're going to be going 6 furlongs on the main track. The number 2, Cajun Venom. Well, he was a well-being third last out in the sophomore stakes. He was 11.5 off Macho Music, who wired off a runner-up performance in the Swale at Gulfstream. But that stated, Cajun Venom, he was only a neck back of the runner-up. That was P4, who had won the start prior by 5 1/4 here at Tampa, and the 4th place Madhouse. Madhouse had run second, beaten just 3 lengths by John Hancock on debut, and John Hancock, as you know, went on to win our Sam F. Davis Stakes. Now, this boy has been pretty honest. The optional 75 start, he had a lot of ground loss, and I don't know for sure if there was any contact, but it did appear that the 6 horse did get bumped a bit by the horse to his inside, and I just couldn't tell for sure, but it looked like he possibly might have made some contact with Cajun Venom's legs. Again, I don't know that for 100% accuracy, but the jock did look back as if something had happened, so maybe an excuse there, maybe not. In the optional 32 starter 25, he didn't get off the gate balanced, and that is why he was so far back early. I'm impressed that he rallied for second. So yeah, this is a horse who tries, he's fast, but he will settle and make a run. The 4 Aerostar in here for Jose D'Angelo. He's making a second off the layoff after running second in an optional 50 N1X at Gulfstream Park. He was 7 lengths back of the winner. That was Sorcerer Silver, who had won his debut back in February by 8 1/4 lengths, and that's a nice colt. They knew he was a nice colt. That's a Triple Crown nominated horse. Only one runner has raced Ascent. That was the 5th place Corone. He next ran third in an optional start 25 on the synthetic, put up a 65 buyer figure. But yeah, I think this boy looks tough, especially making a second start off the layoff. Not unbeatable though. Did I complete the top 3 with the number 3? That is God with us. He's making a first off the claim for Breen following a gate to wire score here over a 20 N12 field gate to wire. Runner up Guale. He next got beat just a half length in a 25 N12, put up a 73 buyer. This boy's got speed, but he doesn't need the lead. So I'm going to go 2, 4, 3 in race 4, and your Ultimate Six starts now.
On to the track for today's fourth race. We start the Ultimate Six in here. $1,958 in the jackpot carryover. A $32,000 starter optional claiming event for 3-year-olds. They'll be at 6 furlongs on the fast main track. Scratch 5 and 7. 5 and 7 are scratched. Field of 5 remain in. Race 4 has daily double exacta trifecta. Pick 3. We start that Ultimate Six. Post time in 4 minutes. Approaching the gate, 1 minute. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's fourth race, start of the Ultimate Six. Field of five set to go 6 furlongs here. Here's Call Me Sue, the first to move in. 5-2 right now. Your second choice. The odds just shifted to 3-1. 2-1 favorite, number 4, Aerostar, right at that morning line. Then 3-1 for the inside 3 runners. Longest shot in the field, 4-1 for the long haul, who's perfect 1-for-1 to start the career. Here's Call Me Sue going in. Cajun Venom, Jose Ferrer looking for a race-to-race double. Scored in the third with Peaches Point. Here's God With Us, Sonny Leone, also looking for a double. He won the opener. Sammy Camacho and Aerostar will be next to join, and Marcos Meneses for the long haul will be the final one. Here's Aerostar coming up for the long haul to complete the line. For the long haul going in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Aerostar in the front. For the long haul away in good order. Cajun Venom, God With Us, and Call Me Sue. They line up in that second flight, but the leader, Aerostar, clears off by 2.5. For the long haul up on the outside, Cajun Venom sent through in the pink colors. In between them comes God With Us, and Call Me Sue gets shuffled back fifth and last at about 3.5 off the top. Is Aerostar, Sammy Camacho up on the front end. It's Aerostar past the half-mile pole in front, a length and a half. 22.43 was that opening quarter-mile time. Aerostar length in front of Cajun Venom. Out wide for the long haul is third. God With Us is now back fourth in the lime colors, just 2.5 off the lead. It's 3 more then to Call Me Sue, who is the trailer. Aerostar, Cajun Venom trying to come through down along the inside, has a seam, but it's still a neck back as they come to the top of the stretch. Aerostar just in front of Cajun Venom. They're length and a half clear for the long haul. Then comes God With Us. Call Me Sue going to wind it up to the far outside. A final eighth of a mile left to go. Cajun Venom coming up on near level terms with Aerostar. Cajun Venom on the inside goes to the front. Aerostar is second for the long haul, trying to reel them in from third. Is 3 lengths back, but it's Cajun Venom and Jose Ferrer. Give Jose a double. Cajun Venom wins it 2.5 in the end. Aerostar was second, third for the long haul, fourth God With Us. 2, 4, 6, 3, and 1. We do have an objection. The rider of the number 4 Aerostar alleging interference against the unofficial winner, number 2 Cajun Venom, at the 16th pole. 4 against 2 at the 16th pole. A jockey's objection, so the stewards will be reviewing the videotape. We'll have that head-on and pan shot replay. 110.25 the final time. Again, a objection. 4 against 2. Please hold all tickets. Again, a rider's objection. 4 against 2, alleging interference at the 16th pole. Please hold all tickets. The stewards have ruled to be no change to the order of finish. No change. Results will stand as is. 2, 4, 6, 3, and 1 will go official shortly. Again, no change to the order of finish. Cajun Venom, a two-time winner now, three-time winner rather. 3-year-old bay colt by Cajun Breeze out of Snake Eyed Girl was bred in Florida by Shady Brook Farm Incorporated. Deborah Doherty, the winning owner. Greg Sacco, the winning trainer. A riding double for jockey Jose Ferrer as Cajun Venom victorious here in today's fourth. Exacta $13.90, the trifecta $24.60, the dime super $14.25. Daily double $7.60. Pick 3, again consolation with the 4 and the 9 the previous race, $7.25. The pick 3, $18. Race 5's in 22 minutes at 2:51 p.m. Today's 5th event back on the turf course, an allowance event. Scratch number 3, No 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 Never. Number 3, No 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 Never is scratched. Jockey change on the 4, Nina's Last Gift. Make the rider Sarah Hess. 7 is plus 1 pound. Post time for the 5th in 22 minutes.
Race 5 is going to kick off our late pick 5. It is for fillies and mares 4 years old and up, which have never won 2 races other than maiden claiming, starter, or state bred, or which have never won 3 races or an optional claiming price of $32,000. They're going to be going a mile on the turf. And the number 7, America's Vow, she's in for Tim Ham. She has been a solid competitor in her first 2 starts on the turf. In the initial one, she finished 7th, yeah, but she was only 3.5 lengths beaten by Seat at the Table, who was picking up her 3rd victory, and she went on to get beat just 2 lengths in the distaff turf. Now, America's Vow, she got in tight early, ended up trapped on the rail for most of the way, which led her to looking mighty frustrated, especially with the slow pace up front. Start 2 on the green, she had something to really target, and she was kept off the inside, ran on well in the stretch despite another horse to her inside bothering her a bit. No one was going to reel in retired Kathy that afternoon, however. America's Vow finished a length and 3/4 back of her and just missed second by a head. The number 6, Let's Go Coco, in here for Rory Miller, finishing a 7th place finish, but just 4 lengths beaten after traffic troubles arising starting from the widest draw, and this was in the distaff turf here back on March 30th. Let's Go Coco was also running Sands Lasix that day, and the winner was Grade 3 winner Mohawk Trail. Let's Go Coco had won here the start prior. She wired at the level in and off the layoff, 2 3/4 lengths the better of Runaway Diva. There's a lot of other speed in this race, so I would expect that Let's Go Coco is going to just rate off as she's proven successful doing in the past. And hey, her record here at Tampa, solid, in the money of 4 or 5, 3 wins. You got Camacho aboard. Going to complete the top 3 with Runaway Diva. She's in post 9. Again, ran second to Let's Go Coco in that March 1st start, and she was actually the post time favorite that afternoon. She had run second to the Ward trained Scarlet Poppy in a first off the layoff, and then, well, 8th, she was only 4 1/4 back of the aforementioned Seat at the Table, going 9 furlongs. And Seat at the Table, she had wired that afternoon, and you know that was her 3rd win in a row. She'd won that 25 N2L and an allowance previously for Cassie. And again, she exited that optional to get beat just 2 lengths in the distaff turf. So I'm going to go 7, 6, 9 in race 5, which again kicks off our late pick 5.
The horse is onto the track post parading for today's fifth race, a $32,000 allowance optional claiming event. Fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and up. They'll beat a mile on turf. Turf firm. The rail out at 30 feet today. Scratch number 3, No 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 Never. A field of 8 set to go to post. Jockey change on the 4, Nina's Last Gift. Make the rider Sarah Hess. Sarah Hess rides the 4. Number 7, America's Vow is £1 over. Race 5 offers daily double exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering. We have a pick 3, a super high 5. We start the late pick 5. Post time for the 5th coming up in 5 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's 5th race, late pick 5 in 2 minutes. Approaching the gate, 1 minute. Approaching the gate. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's fifth here on the turf course. A field of 8, 4 to 5 favorite, number 6, Let's Go Coco. Sammy Camacho for Rory Miller. Here is Let's Go Coco moving in. Theodora Grace to gate 2. Gabriel Maldonado for Enrique Hernandez. America's Vow coming up. Here's Nina's Last Gift. Sarah Hess on board. 3 left to load. Yellow Feathers to gate 8. Waiting on Katie's a Lady, and Runaway Diva will be all set for a start here in today's fifth late pick 5. Pool just about to hit over $40,000. As Runaway Diva, Marcos Meneses to complete the line. Runaway Diva coming up. And in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Let's Go Coco. The favorite was away in good order. Here's Nina's Last Gift. The gray down toward the inside. Katie's a Lady between them, and up from the outside, Yellow Feathers and Runaway Diva. But it's going to be Nina's Last Gift to lead him by the wire in front. Let's Go Coco sits back in second. Runaway Diva up on the outside of Yellow Feathers. They're third and fourth. Katie's Lady there inside. Length more back to America's Vow in the blue colors. Races sixth, about 4.5, 5 off the top. It's a break of 2 more back to Theodora Grace, another 3 then to Bonita Breeze, who's your early trailer, with 5.5 furlongs remaining. It's Nina's Last Gift, the leader. Big long shot. Nina's Last Gift, 3/4 in front of Let's Go Coco. Runaway Diva, 3 wide, joins them. 22.42 seconds for that opening quarter mile. They start their backstretch journey. It's 2 more then. Back to Katie's a Lady, who races in fourth. Right outside of that one in the red colors is Yellow Feathers. It's 2.5 more. Back to America's Vow. Another 3 then. Back to the 2 at the back. Theodora Grace and Bonita Breeze. Nina's Last Gift has made the pace so far, 45.34. It's been a strong pace for Nina's Last Gift to the far turn. Let's Go Coco, a length and a half back in second. It's another length and a half to Runaway Diva. Pushed along as Katie's a Lady toward the inside. As up on the front end, this long shot continues on. Nina's Last Gift around to the quarter pole. The lead is almost 2 to Let's Go Coco. Runaway Diva chases second and third. They're 3 clear. America's Vow starting to get underway, is moving to the outside as Nina's Last Gift leads them to the top of the lane. Nina's Last Gift trying to see it out. down. Let's Go Coco back within a length now in second. Runaway Diva on the outside third. Then comes America's Vow. A final 16 to go, and Let's Go Coco has collared the long shot leader. Runaway Diva going to look for a split between runners, but Let's Go Coco and Sammy Camacho. Let's Go Coco to win it. Second, Runaway Diva. Third, I believe, holding on was Nina's last gift. After that, America's Vow. Six, 9, 4, 7, and 5. 134.47 the final time. Results official. 420 on the win for Let's Go Coco. Let's Go Coco to the winner's circle for the seventh time in her career. A 4-year-old Bay Filly by Adios Charlie out of Vino de Pago. Bred in Florida by Flying Finish Farm. Flying Finish Farm, the winning owners. Rory Miller, the winning trainer. Sammy Camacho aboard for the winning ride. As Let's Go Coco, your fifth race winner. Six nine exact at $9. The trifecta $91.85. Time super $91.62. Daily double $11. The pick three $10.80. Pick four $44.55. That early pick five $262.70. The high five returns $1,979. Race 6 is on deck in 21 minutes at 3:21 p.m. Today's sixth race starts. Our final pick four on today's card. A field of 8 set to go mile and 40 yards. Number 4, 5, and 8 are all plus 2 pounds. Post time is just 20 minutes away for the sixth.
Race 6 is going to kick off that late pick four. It's with an 8-claimer for 4-year-olds and upset at a mile 40 yards on the main track. The number 3, Namesake, he's making a first off the layup for Craig Smith. This is after getting beat just a neck in a first off the claim for the barn back on January 25th. The horse with whom he dueled in that 62.50 was Catatumbo, who he actually beat by 3 1/4 lengths the start prior. Catatumbo, he went on to win 2 more in a row to make it a natural hat trick, both over Open 10 Company. Now, of course, there is a slight concern in that there was apparently a voided claim on Namesake out of the race. But he's been given time and he's getting Camacho aboard, so I think that looks like a solid vote of confidence there. The number 7, Action Seeker, in for Jan Arnett. I know there's other speed in here and being drawn wide and having to draw over quick into the turn. It means a little pedal to the metal is going to have to be employed. But this boy is getting a bit of class relief, dropping in from the 10 ranks, and he's been able to dig in for a piece even after getting headed at this distance. In the February 15th start, he finished 2 1/4 off Catatumbo after dueling, and last time he did run for 8. He dueled throughout to hold second behind Trapezoid in an off the layoff 7 furlong bid here. The number 1, Frosty the Soldier, he's dropping back in for 8 after 3 starts at the Open 10 condition. Last time he ran for this price at this distance, he won. And that was over a couple others entered here off the meds and in honor of Artie, to be specific. So I'm going to go 3-7-1 in race 6, which again kicks off the late pick 4.
On to the track for today's sixth race, an $8,000 down to $7,000 claiming event for 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at a mile and 40 yards on that fast main track. Field of 8 set to go to post. No scratches or jockey changes. We do have some overweights. Numbers 4, 5, and 8 are all 2 pounds over, plus 2 on numbers 4, 5, and 8. Race number 6 offers a win, play, show, daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Pick 3 wagering. We start the late pick 4, and we have a super high 5. Post time's 5 minutes away. Two minutes to post time. Today's sixth race, late pick 4 is coming up in 2 minutes. Approaching the gate, just 1 minute. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up for today's 6th race as we start our late pick 4 here on a Friday at Tampa Bay Downs. Frosty the Soldier going to be the first to move in. Right now it's 7-1. Your co-favorites at 2-1, numbers 3 and 6. There's 3 horses at 7-1, numbers 1, 4, and 5. Here's Lord Knows coming up. Off the meds to gate 2. Here's King Miano, Jose Ferrer, already the couple winners on today's program. Mackenzie's Nova goes in. Just waiting on In Honor of Artie will be all set for a start. Today's late pick 4, race 6 getting underway. In Honor of Artie and Juan Belisario to the outside draw goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. King Miano asked for speed and goes right to the front at once. Frosty the Soldier, Mackenzie's Nova both away in good order. And Action Seeker in the red colors coming up to join them as they go into that first turn. King Miano just in front. It's King Miano. Frosty the Soldier trying to hold that rail spot. It's Action Seeker 3 deep. In Honor of Artie out 4 wide takes over that 4th spot for Mackenzie's Nova in the white colors. Yellow Cap who's now 5th. A length more back to Lord Knows. Namesake is moving up on the outside as Off the Meds is the early trailer, about 8 lengths off the lead. After a 23.87 second opening quarter mile, King Miano in front by a length. King Miano starts the backstretch run a length to the good of the team of Frosty the Soldier and Action Seeker who are racing 2nd and 3rd. It's another pair a length and a half behind them In Honor of Artie and Mackenzie's Nova. Between them comes Lord Knows who starts to make a little bit of progress. Off the Meds moving through to the inside and Namesake is at the back. 47.60 seconds as Jose Ferrer tries to ration that speed of King Miano. He's had some mild pressure from Action Seeker, who's a length back. Dropping out quickly there was Frosty the Soldier, passed by Lord Knows, who's up to 3rd in the blue colors, and Lord Knows starting to march forward. King Miano around the far turn. It's King Miano to the quarter pole, bumps it out to a 2-length margin. Action Seeker is 2nd. Toward the outside goes Lord Knows, trying to rally up Mackenzie's Nova's 4th. King Miano to the top of the stretch. It's King Miano into the lane. The lead still 2.5. Action Seeker trying to reel this one into the final 1/8 of a mile. 2.5 more back to Lord Knows who's 3rd, but a final 16 to go. King Miano, Action Seeker getting closer. Here's Action Seeker within a length. King Miano trying to hold off Action Seeker in the final 50 yards. King Miano, Action Seeker, King Miano all the way. Action Seeker was 2nd, 3rd went to Lord Knows. 4th was close, either Off the Meds or Mackenzie's Nova. Six, 7, 5, 2, and 4. King Miano 3-1 winner. Final time 140.81 seconds. King Miano. Results are now official. $8.40 on the win for King Miano. King Miano, a 5-year-old bay gelding by Kozan out of religious type. Was bred right here in sunny Florida by Brent and Crystal Ferning. DeBello Racing LLC are the winning owners. Kathleen O'Connell's the winning trainer. And that's a riding triple for jockey Jose Ferrer's King Miano, your 6th race winner at 3-1. Exact at $27. The trifecta $49 even. The dime super $50.81. Daily double, a pair of sixes $11. The pick three $26.15. Pick four $48.85. The $1 high five $885.90. Today's 7th race is next. We'll start the final pick three on today's card. Scratch 8 and 9. Numbers 8 and 9 are scratched. A field of 8 remain in. We'll be on a mile at a mile on the turf course in just 20 minutes.
Race 7, it's a 20 claimer for 3-year-old filly set at a mile on the turf. The number 6, Hidden Recipe, in for Tim Ham. I am drawing a line through her last start. She got in tight early out of the gate, and then around the turn for home, she was checked back so hard she nearly came to a stop. 2 starts prior, which were her first 2 running on grass, she got the shodo in both, and they too were at the optional starter 32 level. The first was off a layoff, and in the second one, she was drawn to the far outside. That race produced a pair of next out winners, one of those being Notable Exchange, who had finished 4th. Notable Exchange next won at the level again, then ran second to the Christophe Clement trained Perky, put up back-to-back figures of 68. So yeah, I think dropped in for the claim for the first time. Hidden Recipe, with this good draw, firm ground under hoof, she could be tough. The number 1, Mia Vita, she is in for Jose D'Angelo. This is off a runner-up performance as the post-time favorite at the level after dropping in from contesting optional start at 35s at Gulfstream Park. She had won a main 35 there back on December 13th. The filly who beat her last out, that was Sparkling Ruby. She was being piloted that day by Camacho, and she went on to run third, beaten 4.5 by the aforementioned Perky, and 2 lengths back of Notable Exchange in that optional start at 32 that I mentioned. Going to complete the top 3 at the number 7. That is Whirlwind in here for Richard Hendricks. Won mighty easily last out under Camacho, and this was in her Tampa debut. Took a main 16 here by 4. The third place, Centella, she won at the level next out, put up a 58 buyer figure. So yeah, Camacho's off today. You got Rodriguez taking over for start 2 off the layoff. Second start with Lasix as well. And while she's in off a main 16 score, take in mind, she went off as the favorite that day for a reason, because she was dropping in after contesting main special weights on the Cali circuit. So I'm going to go 6-1-7 in race 7.
What makes Oak Ridge Training Center truly unique is that it provides a balance between a professional thoroughbred training facility and the tranquility of a farm environment. At Oak Ridge, we are dedicated to providing a supportive training environment to help thoroughbreds be successful throughout their careers. Get access to Florida's best thoroughbred training center with Big Lick Stall Rental.
The horses onto the track post parading for today's seventh race. We start our final pick three on today's card. $20,000 claiming event for 3-year-old fillies. They'll beat a mile on turf. The turf is firm. The rail out at 30 feet. Scratch 8 and 9. Numbers 8 and 9 are scratched. Field of 8 remain in. Race 7 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and late pick 3 wagering. We also have a super high 5. Post time is coming up in just 4 minutes. Two minutes to post time. 2 minutes. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 7th race as we start our final pick 3 on today's card. Field of 8 at a mile. Your favorite to the inside, number 1, Mia Vita. Sammy Camacho for Jose D'Angelo. They'll be the first to load in. Hidden Recipe coming forward. Here's Classical's Finale. Scott Spieth for Gary Contessa. Florida Flower and Whirlwind going to be the next two. Florida Flower, one of 2 for trainer Mike Deeney. The other, Das East Ales Ale, who's right next door in post 5. Waiting for Secret Victory. Melissa Yorio to the outside. 24-1 long shot. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Good start for Florida Flower in the center, who goes out for the early advantage. Mia Vita going to keep that one company up on the front end. And here's Secret Victory joining them from the outside from 3rd. Hidden Recipe's 4th, tucked into the yellow and black colors. Just 2 off the trio up top. It's 2 more back to Whirlwind, who races along 5th. That one's inside Lizzie Baby. Classical's Finale between them. Das East Ales Ale is the early trailer, about 7 or 8 lengths behind. Mia Vita, who cuts the corner just narrowly in front of Florida Flower in that 2nd position. Those 2 to the back stretch, 2 lengths ahead of Secret Victory, who's back 3rd. 23.33 seconds as they start their backstretch journey. That was the opening quarter time, and Mia Vita's a neck in front of Florida Flower in 2nd. Moving up a spot there is Hidden Recipe, who moves inside of Secret Victory, who's now back 4th. It's a length and a half more to Whirlwind. Red colors, orange cap, about 6 off the top. Starting to move from the back. Das East Ales Ale comes through on the inside of Classical's Finale. Dropping out last there is Lizzie Baby as Mia Vita tries to slow him down up top. 48.32 is that opening half-mile time. Mia Vita with company. Florida Flower. Secret Victory out 3 deep as they run into that turn. Das East Ales Ale stays down toward the fence as Whirlwind starts to loop up 4 deep. And here's Whirlwind marching forward, is 4th in the red colors on the far outside. Mia Vita still narrowly holding off. Florida Flower, Secret Victory, and a 4-wide Whirlwind sweeping up after them. Then comes Das East Ales Ale. Classical's Finale trying to wind it up with Lizzie Baby, who goes all the way to the outside. A host of chances. Whirlwind coming up to poke ahead in front. Down the far outside, Lizzie Baby. We had a rider come off. Number 6, Hidden Recipe, unseated the rider. Hector Diaz Jr. is sitting up. As they come to the final 16th of a mile, Whirlwind just in front of Lizzie Baby, Mia Vita, Whirlwind, I think, in a photo. It's very close there with Lizzie Baby. Mia Vita was right there. Then comes Classical's Finale and Florida Flower. Again, jockey Hector Diaz Jr. up on his feet already. Stewards have posted the inquiry sign. They're looking into the stretch run. 137.17 seconds was your final time for the mile. Again, a steward's inquiry. Seven, 2, 1, 3, and 4. Again, a steward's inquiry in progress, looking at the unseating of the rider, Hidden Recipe. Hector Diaz Jr. did walk off under his own power. The horse is still loose on the turf course, but is running around. Again, a steward's inquiry in progress. They're reviewing the video of the homestretch run involving the unseating of the rider on the number 6. Whirlwind is in the winner's circle. A 3-year-old dark bear brown filly by Always Dreaming out of Wadea was bred in Kentucky by Anastasia Astrid Christensen Croy. Ken Kekel is the winning owner. Richard Hendricks, the winning trainer. Israel Rodriguez aboard for the winning ride. Again, this race is subject to an inquiry. Please hold all tickets. Results are unofficial. Attention race fans, we will have a disqualification. Number 1, Mia Vita, has been disqualified from 3rd and placed behind the number 5. Actually, I'm sorry, placed behind the number 6 for interference and causing that rider to be unseated. So number 1 will be placed last of those who finish the race. The new order finished 7, 2, 3, 4, and 10. We will have the replays coming up shortly of the disqualification. 7, 2, 3, 4, and 10. The unofficial order will go official shortly. Prices on the board. The exact is 7 and 2, $95.80. The trifecta, $241.25. Dime Super, $399.19. Daily Double, $29.30. And the Pick 3, $46.20. Nobody had the Super High 5, so that will carry over $3,122 to the upcoming 8th race. Race 8's in 20 minutes at 4:26. No scratches or changes. It's a 5.5 furlong maiden special weight. Post time in 20 minutes. Coming up will be the replays of the disqualification. It'll be the head-on shot. We're looking at the number 1 who has the red cap, orange and blue. That runner will come in a path or two there and cause the 6 to have to clip heels and unseat the rider. Again, you can see that right there. The steward's ruling that the number 1 did come in and it caused that runner to clip heels and unseat the jockey, thus the reason for the disqualification. Here's the pan shot, again looking at number 1 there, orange sleeves, blue jacket. Comes into the path of the number 6, forcing that runner to clip heels and unseat the rider. Thus, the reason for the stewards' disqualification of number 1 from third, placed behind the last place finisher. Race 8, late doubles in 19 minutes. Attention race fans, we have a jockey change being announced for the first time in race 9. Turning your programs to race 9, number 2, You Talking to Me, will now be ridden by Ez. Will ride the 2 in race 9. No change to wait.
Race 8 is a main special weight for 3-year-olds and up, set at 5.5 furlongs on the main track. The number 3, Maximus Cat, debuted for Bennett back in October at Gulfstream Park against main special weight company. He was drawn wide and he hooked his shoulder exiting the gate, which would be bad enough, but then he got creamed between horses on top of it. Went to sit a few lengths off the pace, but then he folded. Race produced a pair of next out winners. The runner-up, Cool Intentions, he next put up a 73 Beyer figure, winning a main special weight, and then he took an optional 75 at Gulfstream, 2.25 lengths the better of Rolando, who had won the October 19th start. The 7th place runner, that was Grand Joker. He went on to score a maiden 25 on the synthetic, put up a 67. And it's also worthy of note that the 5th place runner, that was P4. He tried 2 synthetic starts out of that race, then came to Tampa where he won a main special weight here by 5.25 lengths, ahead of a well-beaten second to Macho Music in our sophomore stakes, in which he earned a 72 Beyer figure. The number 2 in here for Abraham Gardia. 4 career starts, just one on the main track here at Tampa, and it was off a really long layoff going back to October of 2023. Came back on January 10th and dueled in the main special weight to finish 3rd, beaten a length and a half by Arrogancy, who was able to wire. Now, Arrogancy, he recently won a beaten 25 at Gulfstream. He put up an 83 Beyer figure doing it, too. Now, as for this boy, he went to Gulfstream as well. They added blinkers, but the figures dropped as they moved him to the synthetic. Now, granted, he debuted on synthetic and had put up a 74 Beyer at first asking back in 2023. So the figure disparity is a bit odd, especially while he was clipping along out there and finished a good 3rd, dropped into that main 25. Last out in a main optional 40, he was 4th, beaten 3.5, but he broke awkwardly and then got sideswiped by the horses to his outside. So I think he could rally now back at Tampa. Going to complete the top 3 with the number 8. That is Currency Adios. Smith trainee showed potent speed on debut here back on March 30th. He tried to take him all the way from the rail, couldn't hold off King Gerald, though. He drew off to a 3-length score. That race was at 6 furlongs, so cutting back to 5.5 could assist, but there is other speed in here, and he's drawn to the far outside, so we'll see. Going to go 3, 2, 8 in race 8.
Onto the track post spreading for today's 8th race. We start the late daily double here. It's a maiden special weight event for 3-year-olds and upward. They'll be at 5.5 furlongs on that fast main track. Field of 8 set to go here. No scratches or changes in today's 8th race. We have daily double, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering. We have a super high five carryover, $3,122. Post time in 5 minutes. Two minutes to post time, 2 minutes. The horses are now approaching the starting gate. We're 1 minute from post time, 1 minute. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up for today's 8th race as we start our final daily double on today's card. Field of 8 at the gate for today's 8th. 8-5 favorite on the number 8, Currency Adios. Sonny Leone and Robert Smith teaming up with that 8-5 favorite. 2 first-time starters in here. Numbers 1 and 6 both making their debuts. Vito Santos gone in. Here's Maximus Cat to gate 3. Sammy Camacho for Gerald Bennett. Looks like Maximus Cat not ready to head in. Just waiting on Maximus Cat, Neo Star, and Currency Adios. Currency Adios is actually ways up the chute, but now coming back toward the starting gate. And Maximus Cat just went right on through the gate and out the front. Jogged about 50 feet, pulled right up. You can see Maximus Cat there with the outrider. Again, just kind of ran through the open gate. Took 5 or 10 steps. Here's Neo Star moving forward. Currency Adios and Maximus Cat, the final 2. Maximus Cat's going to head back behind the gate. Maximus Cat now getting away from the assistant starters a little bit there. Awaiting Maximus Cat and Currency Adios. Will be all set for a start. Maximus Cat going in. And Currency Adios has now unseated the rider, so this has been an adventurous group here. Sonny Leone landed right on his feet there. Looks like they're going to load Currency Adios without Sonny on board. He'll hop on in the starting gate and will be set for a start. Today's 8th race, late double. So, Currency Adios, Sonny hopping on board. We're all set. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Lock and load the first-time starter, away a half step slow. Currency Adios from the outside. Maximus Cat flashing early speed. Those two 1-2 through that first furlong. Just in between them goes Neo Star. Down on the inside, Night of Magic making some ground to take over third. Dreamliner's Kid's out 5th in the maroon colors to the outside. It's 2 more back to Lock and Load, who's made up some ground, is up to 6. 3 more then back to Don D46 and Vito Santo. Those 2 at the back as Currency Adios is the leader. Dreamliner's Kid, long shot, moves up into that second spot after a 22.28 second opening quarter mile. It's Currency Adios in front of half a length. The Dreamliner's Kid, Lock and Load, continues to gate up on the outside. This debut runner with a menacing presence out 3 deep as they come around to the top of the stretch. Currency Adios just got passed by both Dreamliner's Kid and Lock and Load. Load, and those two hook up into the lane. Back to third is Currency Adios. Two more back to Night of Magic and Maximus Cat. Final eighth of a mile left to go. Lock and Load on the outside. On the inside, Dreamliner's Kid. Those two shoulder to shoulder as they come by the 16th pole. Lock and Load. Dreamliner's Kid, 50 yards to settle their score. Lock and Load on the outside, just in front. Lock and Load got it. Dreamliner's Kid was valiant, but second best there. It was a ways back to Night of Magic and Maximus Cat. .104.17 seconds, the final time. Photo finish. Six, 5, 2, 3, and 8. 6, 5, 2, 3, and 8. Your unofficial order of finish. Results are now official. Lock and Load returns $10.60 for the win. Lock and Load. 3-year-old Bay Colt by Cajun Breeze out of Little Black Book was bred right here in beautiful Florida by D.L. and Cook and Suzette Parker. D.L. and Cook is the winning owner. Jan Arnett, the winning trainer. Marcos Meneses aboard for a hard-fought debut win. Lock and Load, your 8th race winner. The exact is $61.90. Trifecta $91.95. The dime super $50.80. Daily double $26.40. The pick three $85.45, and that dollar high five $2,013.80. Our ninth and final race is coming up next in 21 minutes at 4:58 p.m. Scratch numbers 3, 11, and 12. 3, 11, and 12 are out. Jockey change on the 2. You talking to me? Make the rider Israel Rodriguez. Now no change to wait. Field of 9 on the turf at a mile to 16th will close out this Friday program in just 21 minutes.
Race 9 is going to close out today's card with a 16 claimer for 4-year-olds and up, set at 1:16 on the turf. The number 7 Post Facto, well, he is dropping out of optional claimer company for the first time since July, and that is when he wired a beaten 12-5 field at Gulfstream on the synthetic, put up an 82 buyer figure. Last time he was on grass, that was August of 2023, and he won. It was a 40 claimer at Del Mar. So this guy's got some legit form. I'm interested to see what he might do here back on the turf, though his dirt form has been solid as well. He's had 3 starts here this meet. He showed speed before tiring in a first off the layoff against an optional 16 field. And then he had 2 fourth-place finishes at the optional 12 starter 8 level. But take in mind, the first was headed up in record time by Copper Light with Golden Wand second, and then he was in against Copper Light again in the most recent outings. So we'll see if Grass Under Hoof, dropped in for 16, gets this boy in gear. The number 9, Spanish Noble, in for Kathleen O'Connell. So after he won that 16 Enthriel here in a first off the layoff, which was over Alice Dare, by the way, who next won a beaten 17-5 at Gulfstream, Spanish Noble contested 2 legs of our Tampa turf test, the 16 starter handicaps. Finished 2 lengths off Poker Joker in the 9 furlong go, and then he was 5 back going the mile and 3/8. This is obviously a horse in good form who comes with a run consistently and who gets the class level crank back just a touch here. Then there's the number 8, QF75. This boy has some back class you gotta respect, with some fine performances against upper level and allowance company on the East Coast. And he's been good here, even if only 1 on the board finish on our turf. He won a 25 and 3L, but he was running against 25 starter allowance company. He was 4th in an optional starter 16. Went to Presque Isle after that, where he picked up 4 wins over their meet. And then in the first race back at Tampa, it was off a pretty long layoff. He was just flat in that February 22nd starter. Now, last out, the race came off the turf, went in for 16, so I'm not going to use that as a mark against him. I think with the recency, trying the 16 level again, he could prove to be a formidable competitor. Going to go 7, 9, 8 in race 9, and I'll see you back here tomorrow.
Attention Tampa Bay Downs patrons. Paging Wallace Hart, please report to Tampa Bay Downs Security located on the first floor. Wallace Hart, please report to Tampa Bay Downs Security immediately. Again, paging Wallace Hart, please head to Tampa Bay Downs Security. On to the track for today's ninth and finals. We get set to close out day number 81 of the season. A $16,000 claiming event for 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at a mile and a 16th on turf. The turf is firm. The rail out at 30 feet. Scratch 3, 11, and 12. 3, 11, and 12 are scratched. Jockey change on the number 2, You Talking to Me. Make the rider Israel Rodriguez. Field of 9 set to go here. Exacta Trifecta, Superfecta, and Super High 5 betting all available. Just 5 minutes to post time. 5 minutes. The horses now making their way onto the turf course. They are approaching the starting gate. We're 2 minutes from post time. Today's ninth and final in 2 minutes. Approaching the gate 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's ninth and finals. We get set to close out day number 81 of the season. Back at it tomorrow. Don't forget, no live racing on Sunday. We are off on Sunday, but back at it next week, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Field of 9 here to go, 1 mile and a 16th in the finale. Your 5-2 post time favorite, number 1, Skipperini. Daniel Centeno for Pedro Posadas. You Talking to Me's gone in. Here's post facto to gate 7. Silent and Violence got in. Mr. Crowley, Spanish Noble, and Fatima's Blessing, the final 3. We're just about set for a start here in today's ninth and final, ready to close the show on a Friday. Fatima's Blessing, Sammy Camacho to the out, goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Dear Santa set for speed in the center. Mr. Crowley is forwardly placed, but it's Dear Santa who works over toward the inside now, a length and a half in front of Mr. Crowley second. Down at the inside, Skipperini is in that next flight along with QF75, and right between them, You Talking to Me. But it's Dear Santa, Chad Lindsay by the wire in front by almost 2. Mr. Crowley in that second spot. 2 more back to Skipperini, who finds a good position third, saving ground into that first turn. QF75 is fourth. Then comes You Talking to Me in fifth. Spanish Noble in those turquoise colors is racing along 6. Silent and Violent is to that one's inside. It's a length and a half back to the pair at the back. That's post facto and Fatima's Blessing. As Dear Santa takes him on a merry chase to the backstretch. Dear Santa in front at 22-1 through a 23.26 opening quarter mile. It's Dear Santa by 2.5. In the second spot, Mr. Crowley. Right in behind that comes Skipperini, who's third, 4 off the top. QF75 starting to advance a touch is fifth. You Talking to Me. Spanish Noble trying to get a move on from the back. Fatima's Blessing and post facto. Silent and Violent has dropped out last. 47.53 seconds was the opening half-mile time for Dear Santa, who arrives past the 3/8 pole, length and a half leader. In the second spot, Mr. Crowley. Skipperini stays to the fence. QF75 moving to that one's outside and now pokes a nose into third. Trying to uncork a rally from the back is Spanish Noble. You Talking to Me is pushed along. Fatima's Blessing getting underway as well. Dear Santa joined by Mr. Crowley on the outside, and here comes Mr. Crowley on the outside of Dear Santa. Those two into the lane. They're 2.5 in front of QF75. Spanish Noble continues to march right down the center of the track. 16th pole, Mr. Crowley in front. It's Mr. Crowley by a length. Dear Santa fights on with Spanish Noble. Mr. Crowley and Sarah Hess. Mr. Crowley to win it, a length and a half. Dear Santa looked to hold second over Spanish Noble. Then came You Talking to Me and Fatima's Blessing, who photoed fourth and fifth. 5, 6, 9, 2, and the 10. 5, 6, 9, 2, and 10. Your unofficial order. 141.17 the final time. Results are official. $10.60 on the win for Mr. Crowley. Mr. Crowley, the ninth race winner, a 6-year-old dark bear brown gelding by Giant Gizmo out of Quinderella. Bred in Ontario by Dr. B. Van Arum. Kickstart Farm LLC, the winning owners. Heather Harney, the winning trainer. Sarah Hess aboard for the winning ride as Mr. Crowley wins today's ninth and final. Your exact to $93.50. The trifecta $228.45. Dime Super $205.99. Late double $40.60. Late pick 3 $133.55. Late pick 4 $560.45. Late pick 5 $1,998.70. Ultimate 6, nobody had all 6. 5 of 6 rather gets you $460.38. Nobody had the super high 5, so we'll carry over $2,621 to tomorrow's card. Live racing back tomorrow at 12:15 p.m. First post tomorrow for our 9-race program. Hope you'll join us for a Saturday of racing. Do take note, we are off on Sunday. No racing here on Sunday. Simulcasting does continue downstairs on the first floor. Poker at Silk's Poker Room on floor 3. Don't forget the happy hour specials are going on right now. Legends on the second floor and Silks on the third floor. From all of us here at Tampa Bay Downs, we bid you a very pleasant good evening, a safe drive home, and we'll see you back tomorrow, 12:15, when live racing resumes. Good night, everyone, from Tampa.